Hello, translators. Are you ready, please?
Yes, please, just start. We are ready. Thank you.
You're ready. Thank you.
Yes, we are.
Perfect. More? All right, so we have two ready, and then we'll see what the reaction of the participants are if they are still without translation.
I think we should start. No worries. If there is some problem, we will solve it. Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. So, hello, everyone. Is it? Hello. I'm just testing time, just seeing the faces of the participants to see if they are receiving. Can we start, everyone? I'm just checking whether we are on with... Translators have said they are okay. Okay. Take. No, I'm talking in Maltese. I don't have a translator. They're just putting on their...
Don't speak so... Sorry, Mr. Gravina, don't try to speak, don't so close to the microphone, not also so far. And really, we can start. If any issue, we will solve it, but everything is ready, so the floor is yours. Yes.
So, good morning, everyone. Hope you had a wonderful interlude from yesterday. We got some very, very nice comments by people who enjoyed whatever they did, not during our meetings probably, but in going out and meeting people and seeing the infrastructure of the island, how it is built to receive foreigners. But that's for you to continue to enjoy later, of course. The weather is much, much better. This is the best weather we can offer. Fresh and yet sunny. Perfect for going out and so on. But at 2 o'clock after our meeting, I don't suggest you stay out in the sun too long because it still gets too hot. So be careful about that. And if you haven't been to Gozo, I suggest you go. Right now, Gozo will be like paradise because it's very rural. And this kind of weather makes the colors even more bright. All right? You don't need to convert to art software to make it look more colorful. So let's go to our second day of activities. We had yesterday some people who wanted to speak and did not have the time. Just a little bit of patience, please, so that we first set the agenda going, and then we will all have time to speak. But today it will be, most probably, I would suggest, a bit different in the approach. Yesterday we got to know about what we are concerned with, the challenges, and so on. Today we have to come up with a more, if you like, practical, we use practical in different meanings, but more concrete sort of things. We're not going to produce anything today. We're not going to give birth to anything, but we are going to lay the foundations on which I probably will have to coordinate till February until we produce the strategy which is written down on the agenda. And in that case, I would like you to please help me on this, because I'm not experienced in writing strategies. I write papers, I do lectures, but I went to the strategy, and let me say, is the CGL here? When I checked one of the most important, probably, documents that was issued by the European Commission, strategy for preparedness, I don't know if they can translate it, no? Preparedness, to be prepared, to be in a position that you are prepared. I read one of the goals of this document by the European Commission was civil-military interoperability. I don't know if they can translate it in the language. In other words, that we move from being civilians to being sort of military, and we are prepared in that case for whatever might happen. Now, that, to me, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't read it. So thank you for pointing that out to me. And in my case, what I was looking at was sort of structures. In English, we call them skeleton frameworks, so that we can devise the strategy, which is our baby, sort of, if you like, from this. Is there any, please, today I will give a bit of a presentation just to give you the idea of what I would think probably should go in this strategy, in these 20 pages of strategy writing. So I will give you some ideas, but I would like you to stop me, please, and tell me, all right? So I would like it to be more flexible. That's how I usually operate at university. I know this is a different place, but if people are not understanding or disagree or think there's a better way, there is always a better way. Katalin knows it because I come with the thing. I tell, no, a quarter of an hour later, I have changed it. I don't like it anymore. All right, so please jump into the argument and stop me. You won't, it's all on the slides. I put everything on the slides, but then I ignore the slides and I'm more interested in what you have to say. In this, please, you have to cooperate. So yesterday, you gave us feedback. There's still some more feedback to come of the key challenges. Now, I would like you, if possible, but this I will go into after the break more in detail, to look at the possible frameworks I'm suggesting. I have written one. After giving Katalin this, I went and wrote another 3 pages of another possible strategy framework. So I'm ready to change and divert. But in reality, it's always the same. An introduction, a reason why, the body of actions, how you will make sure that the action had, what went wrong, and you give suggestions. So roughly we know how it will, the logic of a strategy. But if you think, or perhaps you participated in the build-up of a strategy at home or internationally with others, please come forward and either to me or to Lisa, most probably is better if Lisa keeps it, because if I put them with my other files, here it's chaos, my files. I would appreciate it so much, and it will make everything very efficient, because from what I understand, this strategy will most probably be the backbone of the handbook, which is the last and final deliverable of this project. In other words, the handbook is not another exercise, another product. It is built on, because it will go into how to implement the strategy much more. So please, your cooperation till February is very important for the future. I suggest that if anything happens after February and we have better idea, we will still change. I will be ready to change even after February if the leaders who are in charge of this project agree with me that we can always change a little bit here, a little bit there to make it more efficient. Is this clear? So in the after 12:30, we will go much more in detail and see what you can contribute, who is ready to contribute. I'm not a master. I don't order my students. I tell them, you want to do the assignment, you do it. What you feel comfortable in doing, you think this is good for you, and then we'll try to get a sort of a timetable. I know there are people who work in different ways, like you do this, you do that. But I would like you first to come up with ideas, and then through Lisa, we can assign different duties, which then I will coordinate. In that case, I can assure you I will be good at that. I can coordinate a lot of things. Even stuff which I'm not really familiar with, I can coordinate it as long as I understand what it is. I have the time to understand it. Okay, that's a long introduction, but it is the main issue today. All right? So, any comments, please, so that I stick to the spirit? Yes, please. Renata.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I just have a very short comment about something that Joseph mentioned. The strategy is a very important document, and it's going to be the first tool in our project. Based on the assumptions on our project, we know... Well, you cannot hear me. There is no interpretation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there interpretation into the languages of our project available?
I spoke to the translators, and they told me they were ready, but it could be that there is one language who's not ready yet. So we're checking. Katerin is checking.
Može li srpski malo jače?
Dobrze, jeszcze chwilkę.
Bolje, hvala, jer ne čujemo od originalnog, mnogo je zvučan onaj ko govori na mikrofon. To je problem. Super, hvala.
Bardzo dziękuję. Strategia jest ważnym dokumentem.
Thank you very much. The strategy is an important document. It's the first tool in our project, and the handbook is the second tool, the handbook about change management. The strategy needs to be 20 pages long, more or less, give or take. So it needs to be a specific document, concrete document.
I w mojej ocenie,
In my opinion, it should have a diagnostic part, because we need to, I believe,
pewną sytuację,
identify the situation as it is now. Of course, our strategy is about restructuring processes. We haven't talked about that too much yesterday, but I believe in the strategy we should include priority areas for restructuring processes, and we can discuss it today.
takie główne punkty w tych
I believe
priorytetowych obszarach.
that there should be also several items among the key areas. For example, medical personnel, finances, infrastructure, ramifications for the society, for the economy, for the people. Restructuring affects the people and the patients as well, and also the system. Some changes are for the better, some are for the worse. So I believe we should identify key priority areas of restructuring in our strategy. And it's a good idea to split the task among ourselves. And there are definitely many commonalities, and there are also positive and negative sides to every restructuring process. And I believe we can find like common areas for each country, for all of our countries. And we need to speak today about the role of trade unions. We represent employees.
No, musimy stanąć w prawdzie.
And I believe we also have to be truthful about our operation. We have to identify the positive and the negative sides of our activities, our strengths and our weaknesses. Because then, when we identify that, we can come up with good recommendations of what we can do better. Also, we have to identify the strengths, definitely. So one part of the strategy would be the priority areas for restructuring. Another part of the strategy could be about the current situation of trade unions, strengths and weaknesses. And what's more,
No, te instrumenty i narzędzia.
these instruments and tools that can be employed.
Co zależy od nas, jako
For example, what is within our control, what we can control as trade unions, and what we cannot control because it is the legal framework. So I am now sort of presenting a stream of consciousness. I'm not sure yet what I want to put in the strategy, but definitely we want to put forward some recommendations. And we spoke about it yesterday. And I believe that we should identify the key training needs. I think that we will identify this when speaking about the strengths and weaknesses of trade unions. Because sometimes, are we good in negotiations? Do we have enough knowledge about restructuring processes? I believe that these should be the three key parts of the strategy. I will be happy to write parts of the strategy, propose things to be included in the strategy. So I'm fully prepared to work on the strategy, me and my team. Okay, so these are just off the top of my head, 3 areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, it's so broad what you said. We have to be very good at summarizing that into a 20-page thing, which of course we have to do anyway, because ultimately those are the words, those are the items which are mentioned in the paper, the agenda we received, and therefore those are strict. Now, that is where, of course, we have to kind of find the people who can work on one part of it. Other people perhaps can focus more on another part. Or else, but to do this, since we are quite a number of people here, we need some sort of, and Lisa, perhaps, I don't know if you can suggest anything, a way in which either people can follow someone who's working on objectives, let's say, let's pick that issue. Somebody's the main, the key priority areas. Somebody's working on them. One national representative. Other national representatives, if we can find, usually at work we use Google Drive to do this. They can enter into, and on the margin say, we can change this and that. So this is more proactive, where everybody, of course, it's a little bit more messy, not clean cut, and you have the right product finished and just you put everything together. We can either use that strategy of build our operational strategy this time to build the document, or else people will be focused on one area, they give it to me, and then I have to do the juggling about it. Perhaps give it back to the others, with Lisa's cooperation, give it back to the others, give them a time frame to write comments on this part of the thing, and then, of course, it's up to me eventually to kind of coordinate it. In coordinate, I have no problems, but I don't have the expertise for all these different areas. This is Lava, please.
Yes, thank you. Morning, everyone. Just one organizational suggestion in order to make your job easier to summarize. It's for the leaders of the project. How do you think if we decide now the structure of the strategy, and after that, let's say for 1 month, every partner country feedback a page or 2 on the key moments on this, let's say, post-COVID war and digitalization and employment or demographic challenges, just a short, but the national context. Send it to Joseph, let's say in the end of January, and there you'll have enough time to summarize. It will make much more easier the final version of just suggestion.
I agree completely. Because tomorrow morning I will have forgotten everything that I have said today. Because tomorrow morning I have to see the emergencies of these last 2 days at work. So I need to concentrate, keep the ball rolling, if you like. All right? That was my idea. It was your idea. You mentioned it, but I have that in mind. Everybody sort of contributes a summarized, because there is a word limit and a space limit. We can use footnotes and so on, but strategies are not an academic piece of work with footnotes, generally. All right, so I think that will be ultimately how practically we can.
Because it will be much more easier to compare and to make recommendations.
At the end of the slides, these boring slides, I put in, I told you yesterday, I put in a framework, a potential framework. I have another one here, handwritten, because I try to see models of strategies, which are the ones that are best for our tasks in terms of restructuring and trade unions' reaction or management of restructuring processes. Sometimes they are not, usually they are not they did not start the restructuring, so, And I said, let me get models of strategies, how they are formed. Now, from my belief from other projects, I don't think this is a bullet sort of thing. It will be more of a prose writing. In other words, there will be pages with paragraphs and different areas and so on, where there are words. Am I correct on this? I don't know what the leaders had in mind originally for the strategy, but I'm thinking that 20 pages, there, work, they can't.
I will speak in Romanian. Tot din punct de vedere organizatoric aș avea o sugestie cu acordul tuturor și în special al...
From the point of view of organizational matters, I have a proposal, and I would like to direct it mostly to my colleagues from Poland, because they are the main beneficiaries and authors of the application. I believe have a mathematical mind, and what I'd like to suggest is that after we make decisions today, certain decisions, then if someone asked me, I'd say we have 3 things to take care of. Restructuring of trade unions, then strong and weak points, the future, legislation on the national level, and aligning the legislation, the whole alignment process that is probably stretches across the entire EU when it comes to the social dialogue. And then we have the problems specific to each particular country. So we have directives of the EU, and these should be compared with the existing legislation. So what weak and strong points do we have here when we compare these two? And then moving forward, when we take all these areas into consideration, what will be important to all of us is to have a common template, because if we all have different varying perspectives and using different formats, different templates, then it might be the case that we have 6 answers from 6 countries, answers to the same question, and we are using the same template, then our work will be much easier. Thank you for your attention.
Krótko komentarz, bardzo dziękuję.
Okay, so just in short, thank you for that. I agree with what has been said. I believe that we should produce something like that, but maybe the template should be produced in cooperation. We should work on this together and then we'll think which areas to include in the strategy. I like the schedule. I like the timeline. By this, I mean that every country contributes around 2.5 pages, and then we have 16 pages in total. This will allow us to include the elements that are required and are there in the template, so that we have unified documents, uniform documents. All strategies also include recommendations, those joint recommendations, but I believe that this will follow from the analysis of our input. When we analyze the input from each and every country, then we will arrive at those joint recommendations, because let me just remind you that this is a long-term strategy, as it's said in the project, so we can take some elements, some recommendations for the present, but also recommendations for the future. For instance, those concerning strengthening trade unions so that the restructuring process is socially responsible. This is just a comment on my part. I believe that each country should use a template. Yes, I agree, this is a very good strategy, and then we'll appoint Joseph or another person that will collect those templates so that we work together, but at the same time the person who collects it, who gets all the information, and then makes sure that we have it all in one place, and then we can all send in final remarks. I think January is the right month to do that. Then we still have February to summarize the documents, to put them all together, to make final touches. I think that we should today discuss the main chapters, focus on the key areas of the strategy. Maybe this seems difficult, but then it will be easier for us to produce our documents if we have the concrete guidelines now.
I don't know if Mr. Catalin can go to not this page, but further down, just to have an idea of a strategy framework, a skeleton of a framework. It is further down, but I will tell you I will continue. Let me show you so that we have something like an initial excuse to start the discussion. It's called, there's a page, Development of a Strategy, which is in the, you go further down,
Which page is this?
77.
Which page is this?
That is 29. No, it's very further down. Further, it's 7. Now, if you're hearing me, I did handwriting because I'm never happy with whatever I have. You have this page, Development of a Strategy. It's with color. I don't know if you can see it from there, Mr. Cullen. It's the same page from, I took it from the agenda given to us by the leaders. Yeah. There it is, yes. If you, next page, but it's in small print. Oh, no, you can't see it. Can you see it? But just look at the headings. This is just one suggestion of, we can see that, and then they can see it. They can see it. All right. All right, so roughly the areas, you're not create anything totally, completely new. Strategy is a strategy. It will always remain a short term, medium term, long term, it will be a strategy. It's the content then that will make a difference. So first thing, because we're different groups of people here, we just need a framework to fill in the content. Then the coordination will be within the different sections of the content, as you were suggesting at the very beginning. This is not the end, but this is based on what other European Union people were working on in terms of strategies. All right, so I didn't create it from my head, but I took it from other people who worked on strategy development. All right. If you can, there's a next page, Mr. Catalin. It doesn't stop there, so we can cut, we can remove, we can fill in, and we can adjust. All right, it continues there. All right, so 4 pages of different sections. Now, if you go through the different sections, I will try to see it. Basically, what is there? One, let me put as. Because I can't see. There. Strategic purpose. I'm just going through them because we're going through the strategy framework, all right? Strategic purpose and long-term objectives, since this is a long-term project. So we will expect a different content from others. The objectives, I'm going from number 1. I don't know if you can see it there in the small screen. No, you can't see it in the small screen. You can. All right. So second one is what you have generally. We call it an inventory. You can't. This is lava.
Mr.
First page. Sorry. Go to the first page. All right, because we were on the second page. I mean, they're the same. I can't differentiate between the 2 pages. Sorry about that. This is like
people can do zoom in the tablet, Mr. Gravina, if you want to tell.
Zoom, by the way, I'm being told, by the way. You can zoom in, all right? I put it like that so that I don't take too much space. I'm sorry for that. But the first thing, definitely, it's the purpose. I mean, why the strategy in the first place? That you can't do without that. There must be a reason for it. It's not just because somebody invented a project. There must be a reason for producing it. So that would be the purpose, all right? Then you will have long-term objectives. That is the first part. So the objectives, I would suggest that the objectives would come straight from the project paperwork. Straight, completely. Nothing really to add. I mean, I put in other stuff there from my studies. Second is, and this is where we may have, I don't know if we could have differences. It's not a problem, really. But what are the structural drivers of change? So in other words, I would suggest that those are the challenges. This is a whole point. What is the stimulus? And then our response will be, of course, it's restructuring. As Renata was saying, it's restructuring. It is all restructuring. You remember at the beginning yesterday, I said, it's so broad a word, you can't really put it down. So there will be a little bit of open significance to the word. But any change, I would suggest, any change that affects the trade union and its members, and the trade unions will be expected to work on. All right, so we can work more, as Renata was suggesting, on restructuring. What do we mean by restructure? We can work a lot on that. But that will be the drivers of change. What is driving this? Why aren't we going to the office, to the trade union headquarters or office, and doing the same thing we did last year? Because there are new challenges, always. But we cannot talk about every single challenge. Yesterday, for example, I noticed that it was a common thing, you spoke a lot, not on the digital, more specifically on the digital, decarbonize and so on, but you spoke on labor difficulties, labor operations that are changing. Of course, digitalization will change it, fine. But and that could be one approach which we can filter in. What affects the workers? So we are expected to talk about the union, but it's not the union who is facing the restructuring. Of course, the union has to come up with a response, but it's the worker. So we can also focus on that, so that we don't miss the person who is at the end of this restructuring effort. All right? So that came out yesterday, and I saw it very clearly from you. So that's number 2, long-term opportunity. Every restructuring has opportunities. Now, I don't know which economic philosopher said, every crisis is an opportunity to increase the profit. Now, I know who he is, but you know. But in this case, as a crisis for workers, can it open up opportunities? All right, things that were kept here because things were going well, but now since things are not going well, we can use it. So that goes into the drivers and risks and opportunities. The number 3, which is still on the same page, is what are we going to do about it now? Basically, key actions, I would suggest. Now, here is where the tools, the methods, the processes that we will suggest. This is more of I think, in 20 pages, this will be a small section for each identified action we may take. Probably we will have to leave actions that excuse us if we leave some of the action out. We can do a list at the end. So, all right, it's not because we think that it's wrong, but we have to decide which are the most popular. That's how we can compare your individual contributions to this. We see that this is common to everyone, so probably it will have an easier path to be selected here for long-term orientations. Early engagement. I think nobody really mentioned yesterday, unless there was the Italian and there was the Secretary General, on social dialogue. Social dialogue, therefore, not to discuss what is the usual stuff, but restructuring that will affect negatively workers. Social dialogue is a long-term process. It's a policy-making tool. It's one of the most important tools. No? Because if you go to the company level, I don't think, okay, it's immediate company level, you know what's going on there and then. Well, sometimes you know, sometimes you're not told, but that's difficult for long term on a company level. No company is going to tell you what it's going to do in 30 years' time. But on a social dialogue where there is the government and the departments and the ministries and the employment agencies, that probably is a much easier tool to use. I would suggest that will be very important. So, Mr. Catalin, next one. So this will be, I suggest, number 3. Number 4 is, did it change the page? Yes. Right. Number 4 will be, well, what can the union offer? Does it have the capacity? I mean, okay, we're suggesting the action. But if you don't have the resources, pie in the sky, fooling people, telling them we're going to do this, we're going to do that. For example, in a small place like, there are other small places, but it's small doesn't mean that the country is small. It's the resources are limited to that place. They cannot do it. So you can't promise. So will we do it? Probably here we'll have to open up on the possibility of funding. Who is going to fund new initiatives? Because if we're going to say we're going to do this and that, who's going to do it? People who are already have a full timetable? Doesn't make sense. Are we going to cut tasks and get people to work on this? Are we going to suggest that people will be there? So here we have to see trade union capacity. Of course, we can suggest if things change for the better, but we're talking about crisis here, restructuring. So we cannot tell them, next week we're going to provide you with this lump sum, all right, to do it, because it's a crisis. Otherwise, it's not a crisis. It's just a reform, a small reform, let's get over and done with. Number 5 is how to engage the people in the union. Is this going to be, in other words, first the capacity of the union to manage the process. Secondly, who will be assigned? Now, in this case, in my work, generally, we say, do you, two ways to approach this. In other words, the very people we are going to say will take care of this. Do you have an anchor person, an anchor office, restructuring office? It's a regular thing. Will there be somebody who will follow up on any restructuring risks for any sector of the trade union? One person or one office dealing with this, like an international office, like an employment office, like sectoral offices. So somebody will be there, and we're going to propose that a person or persons, depending on the capacity, or still on the capacity, but will we suggest an anchor person or everybody in their collective agreements? I'm saying something against what I said before. Or in the social dialogue, every social dialogue will make sure that there is the word restructuring in it. What is going to change with what we're talking about? What? The financialization of the tourist industry. Who is going to consider the restructuring and the effects on the work, on the members of the union, and then the union itself? So every discussion from now on, there will be somebody who will have on the agenda, on the personal agenda, restructuring. Let me go back to this document here, check. What do we have to put on the agenda? We're discussing tourism here in Malta. It's discussed all the time. Yes, okay. We have plans. We're going to have new places, new stuff, new initiatives. Yes, that's restructuring. Now, how will it affect the union? I suppose it's done, but in the strategies I have seen of the tourism, workers are hardly mentioned. Workers are mentioned in what they're going to get out of the workers. I mean, I put this here on my, there's a presentation which is over 70 slides there. They tell you exactly what the workers will be expected to do in this state or employer-initiated strategy. Yes, but who is going to talk about what? And that will be sort of under the umbrella, no, perhaps I'm being too generic here, but under the umbrella, either of the anchor person in the union who will say, look, clear this out with the people. How will it affect? It will affect negatively some of our workers. Some probably will be better off, but perhaps probably others will not benefit anything from it. In fact, their duties will increase. So it will affect us because they will come to us knocking on our doors telling us, what is the union going to do about it? But you have to be prepared before. Anticipation. But because you're sitting on the table with them. All right? So that will be the person. Now, either the person or everyone in the union will have on the agenda, this is a restructuring thing. It's good for the country. It's good for the patient. But is it good for the union members? Now, I'm sure that you do that all the time, because if you don't do it, your members will do it for you, no? And they will leave the union most probably if you don't do it. But in this case, we are preparing this for you. I mean, yesterday I said, we're not inventing the world here. This is being done. But here it's being pointed out, and there will be a document which is highlighting everything. I'm thinking about unions that are prepared for this. Other unions may not be interested. They just consider mathematical issues of wages and benefits and taxes and pensions and so on. Just that, which is not enough, because that's not the only thing. So member engagement is pillar 5. There, I stop there. Then, and I think this is something which I would suggest for the General Workers' Union here. I think they are doing it. Unions have to go out into society. Not amongst the workers, not with the employers, not with necessarily the state, but go out into society and explain to the people who listen to the news, who listen to the media, who follow Facebook, WhatsApp, whatever, I don't know whatever there is on the social media. And the unions must have a presence, not as a union, but as a stakeholder in civil society. I am suggesting this. In fact, one of the things I am going to suggest are different ways. There's this great work just written this year by 2 people. If I have the time, I will show you. There probably you have seen it, most probably. Different approaches by unions to things that are changing. If things are changing, they will continue changing. What approaches can we take? Specific approaches. One of them is narrative analysis or discourse analysis. That's the way we usually talk about it at my work. Discourse, in other words, somebody has not just to read the papers, but has to make sure that what is written on the media, on the main news headlines, and wherever people read, whatever they read, that the union has its say. Now, the members, your members, will just see you and say, there's my representative there. But in reality, you are putting the words out there. If things are changing, you are a stakeholder. You make sure that whoever is talking about the change, directly or indirectly, you will be able to counter that and not leave it in the hands of the usual people, politicians or those who have their media organization and who decide who talks and who doesn't talk, which discourse is on the news. I think that is important. We live in social media. People get their news from social media, so the unions must not stick to meetings like the social dialogue, where you have the stakeholders, but you go out into society. And that means that today, trade unions do not deal only with employees, but they deal with family, with household members. You have to see it, because that's the way it is. All right? Civil society, not just union members, not just the workplace. Okay, this is one of the ideas that I was thinking about. So, public narratives, it's pillar number 6. And social responsibility I was going to start with. Then there is the question of the implementation. I think this is more closer to the handbook thing. So here we will be kind of introducing the handbook. All right, the long, well, there is a foundation phase, the beginning, how we are going to start, because if you have a long-term strategy, what are you going to wait till 15 years to start working the strategy? You start immediately. So we say long-term, but you have to arrive there. So you have to do something tomorrow, if possible, or very close by. So 3 ways: foundation phase, consolidation phase. Here it talks in terms of months, we can change that. And then the institutional phase where things become frozen. There, you have it. Whatever you suggested, if it worked, there's no guarantee that these things will work. You're working towards the future. In 2 weeks' time, something might happen, another major crisis, and you have to reshuffle. I don't know if I'm making sense right now, all right? So we're talking about the future. Finally, there is number 5. We have to put in the work of success factors and strategic risks, all right? This is like an insurance. Now, you have to say, what could happen that will keep this from working? You have to predict from what you already have. And those 5 approaches I will talk about later if I have the time. It's called backward thing. In other words, you look, but then you project it into the future. But we will see that because it's very well developed and so on. So critical success factors, and the last one is the outcomes, of course. You can't have a strategy without the outcomes. So, I mean, we can cut these, we can change these. I don't think we can remove the logic because these follow one after the other. But here, as I said, I have another way of going about this. Different words, different titles, but roughly the logic is there. So I would suggest, to be more clear now, is to have main headings at one point, but this we will do after the break most probably, because now we have people who want to talk, to express other ideas from yesterday. And we will say, this is okay, now we can move. If you like, we can have a brainstorm. It's written in the agenda. We can actually brainstorm. I don't know, Renata, have you agree on to this? We brainstorm together, and then we can write it down, and then eventually we can change. All right? So, thank you for that. But I do have a skeleton there. I have other skeletons. I have many skeletons in my life. I don't leave them in the cupboard. I put them on paper. Like they say in English. That's an English phrase. I don't know if the translators could have a translation in their language of skeletons in the cupboard. Thank you. Sorry. Any comments, please, on this? But there is some sort of structure. There is. If there are any comments to this? Did I put you to sleep? All right, it's too early in the morning, eh?
Un comentariu foarte scurt. Da, este foarte interesant și mi se pare foarte bună strategia de a avea un schelet pe care să lucrăm și, bineînțeles, așa cum am spus la început.
Okay, it is true. Every strategy needs a structure.
E în regulă. Da, deci ideea este, pe lângă scheletul clasic la care am putea să răspundem fiecare țară.
Apart from this classical skeleton, where each country has the right to say things, there are some standard elements, but there should be also an additional section, country-specific issues, just like Renata mentioned. And in that section, we can include all the issues that will not fit with the general skeleton. So, of course, we can come up with some common problems, but if there is an issue that only occurs in one country, we must have a section dedicated to it, because we must have a possibility to include a section about country-specific problems. Thank you.
Definitely in agreement. I am the last person to I'm not censoring, just limiting. Of course, in 20 pages, that is a master I cannot overrule. I have to follow the master of the 20 page, and then we'll try to figure out how to summarize even more. That I have a knack into summarizing. I was given 20,000 words to put into 15,000 or 10. I managed to do it for other people, not myself. So please, next one. Yes, please, go ahead. I translate.
Hvala. Čekam da završi prevodilac, zato ne počinjem.
Yes, I was waiting for the interpreters, but I think I can start now. I believe that in our strategies, we all should have the things that we can put within a timeline, because we're creating all these operational plans at work and strategies sometimes, but I think we should focus now on not the current problems, not the problems that we're experiencing now, but on the problems that might arise once the strategy is implemented. And when I look at all these points, I believe that we should put the time there. When do we expect the change to happen? I think this is important so that it's not too late at any point in time. So we need to make sure that we're not late in introducing certain solutions. And I think this should be included in every point. We don't have to have a separate section devoted to that, but I think that it would be beneficial to have a time frame here.
Definitely. But first, we need to have the content, because we cannot give a deadline if we don't know what the task is. I didn't want to, I mean, there are words there, and I have one, which is, in English we say, beefed up with the content, sections with content. I have it. I'm not going to give it to you because it's too long. Probably it will fill in 20 pages. I did that just to test myself. And I did it on the General Workers' Union. I said, let me work on the General Workers' Union to have an idea of a strategy plan in the long term. And it came very, very long because I knew the content, because it was dependent mostly on Malta and on the scene in Malta. So yes, but unless we have the stuff ready, we'll eventually do the time frame for sure. I'm the last and I'm the worst person for deadlines. And there's nobody in the world. I have records of not getting into deadlines, including dissertations and stuff and assignments. But on this, I will self-flagellate myself to be disciplined on this. Yes, we'll definitely have time frames. Sorry about my humor. That is my humor. It's not. I don't represent. I'm representing myself here. So don't put the blame on the General Workers' Union. Anyone else?
Dakle, kako sam shvatio, ovdje smo se fokusirali na 6 tačaka. Okay.
We concentrated on 6 points.
A vorbit colegul din Muntenegru, nu avem traducere.
Ima li prevoda? Okay.
Yes, please continue.
No, I was told by the main technician to continue.
Da li me čujete? Čuje, ja? Dobro.
I have just been told by the technician to continue.
Da.
Mi smo se...
I understood that we concentrated here on 6 points. We have 6 items here. The letters, yes, the font is quite small, and I'm not sure if I could grasp everything, so excuse me if I'm not accurate enough. I think it would be beneficial for us to list all the points again one more time, so that it's clear, so that we know all the topics and that we are on the same page when it comes to the mapping out the whole strategy, and so that we can refer to that.
I will just read the headings only, not the small details. Small details can be changed easily. But let me put it back into, because I'm having the same problem. No, sorry. Now I've lost it. All right. This is page 77, right? Let me get, because I managed to, here it is. From current slide. So, number one, this, by the way, let me repeat once again, this is a suggested skeleton, but we need something to work on. We can change, as the others were saying, and we can put other things. So first, however, it's the objectives. I mean, you have to say that. And this, we have the work already carried out by the leaders of this project. Well, we can of course, embellish the words and so on, but and add some of the comments that were suggested here. I'm writing down a lot of comments which I can add on, but in fact I told Renata yesterday that I took her slides and changed a bit so that it's not bulky and so on, just for easier vision of the words. And then I produced this, which is very difficult to read. I know, that's my fault. But the titles are the objectives first, then the drivers of change. This is technical jargon, drivers of change. Basically, we call them key challenges, and there could be other challenges, but we have enough challenges on our hands. As we saw yesterday, it took us quite a lot to discuss them. All right? Then number three, it's the what is being sort of what can be done, the actions. All right, the actions, and what I don't know. It's Radmilla, right? Did I get it right? Radmilla. So you have milestones and KPIs. This is even smaller. This is number three. Yeah? So there are time frames there. There is a deadline there. Every single action will need to have a deadline. All right. So this is the action that one expects. Then it's up to the unions. So I mean, you can propose any action you like, but you need to have the capacity. All right, which is 4. Before that, there was the, all right, the action, the capacity, sorry, number 4, I was right. Number 4, the capacity of the unions, number 4. Do they have the people? Do they have the resources? So, since we probably belong to unions that have different capacity building, potential, then we have to see how to figure this out. As you said, each national delegation, each delegation will want its capacities to be taken into consideration. So that will mean that the wording will be, once again, flexible, so that nobody is left out. We cannot suggest to reach the moon if we don't even have a spaceship. That's roughly what came to my mind now. Okay? So the capacity is pillar 4. Generally, strategy documents like this talk in terms of pillars. All right, so next page, please, Mr. Katalin. Pillar 5 will be how you will engage the members. So this is a very democratic sort of approach. In other words, this is not up to the leaders of the unions, and that's it, because they are going to do the talking, but the members of the union have to be on board. All right? Member engagement, communication, and narrative control. Now, narrative control with the members. In number 6, pillar 6, then this is when I said you go out into society. This has to be, if possible, on the national or regional or local agenda. Now, if you don't have people, what I think here about our island is that you know a particular journalist, a particular news portal, and you go to the person and you say, but there are different ways of doing this. But I don't think this should remain in the rooms where there is the official social dialogue. In other words, employers, association, representatives, union leaders, and ministers or representatives of the government. It shouldn't remain there. It should be put out in the public. And there are techniques. In the agenda paper we had communication strategies. For example, the Workers' Union had a problem with youth because it wasn't using mobile phones and wasn't using social media stuff. So it was not reaching the people. I mean, you could put it on a newspaper, on the news, but nobody reads it anymore. So we have to think about that as well. All right, so that was pillar 6. Now, those were the pillars, just to make it clear. In number 4, it's, well, how are you? Okay. The internal governance and implementation. This is the implementation phase. When I explained it before, in my mind, there came the handbook, because from the words I read on our agenda, this follows directly from the strategy. So this is the implementation. How are you going to implement the strategy of the union as it faces one particular restructuring crisis or challenge, which has to be identified? Now, we cannot, of course, this can be rendered in terms of next line. So this is just related to governance and implementation. The next line is success factors and strategic risks. Success factors, for example, I would suggest case studies, which we should be thinking about, all right? Or good practice. These are common terms used when people are devising these strategies or other sort of documentation. So, success factors. But in this case, we're saying what strengths. I think Renata said this. What strengths are there in the union? Can we use those strengths? For example, links with politicians. If it's a strategy, if it's a good thing, you're not going to waste it. You're going to use it. If there's an electoral campaign, but this is long term, you know that the pressure will rise and it will be easier because it's not you going to them, but they will be coming to you. And you have your office restructuring officer who is ready. Oh, I have prepared you a paper. When the minister comes, tell him this, this, and this, because we are facing those crises in restructuring. And nobody has, in the long term or medium term, nobody has really given us attention on them. And our members are suffering. All right, so there are different ways, different contexts, different ways. There are the risks, of course. So I'm still going on success factors and strategic risks. Risks is that you will be ignored. I mean, one big risk is that the company leaves, closure. What can you do about that? Of course, there is always a way out. You have to have links with politicians, once again, who will not be happy with hundreds of families out on the street. So you have to know your enemy much better than you know yourself, probably in that case. What the weaknesses of your family, because we talk about the strengths and the weaknesses of the unions, but even the other side, hopefully, has some weaknesses. All right? And finally, it's the outcomes. This is number 6. It's the outcomes here. A future-ready health workforce, which is skills generally now we discuss it in terms of skills which are not specific, but which are general. This is done in our case, for example, in Malta, even in primary school, they are the syllabus, the program for education there, has skills for work. It doesn't mean that 9-year-olds are being told to be workers. Not at all. They will never get to that, but they are given skills that are considered to be important in today, both as a citizen and as a worker. All right, so we are that's future ready, because a 9-year-old still has about 15 years to go to work. Am I being clear? So these are the sort of long-term outcomes. Definitely, I come from Faculty of Education. I would say education, training, and research. If you don't have them, how can you talk about the future? Now, if you don't have the people, you need to outsource. You need to build alliances. And this will be suggested. Now, if you think that this is wrong, I've never read that it's wrong. You may waste your time to go to university, because there they have other ways of thinking. I'm putting myself into it. But, well, you have to know the people. And you need to talk to people, you get to know them. You know that they are concrete, ready to work on other terms rather than the one they are used. But they have the knowledge. They have, for example, with the union, I have a friend in the Faculty of Economics. He is a wizard in econometrics. Now, you need an econometrician in this case. You cannot work on the future without mathematics. You cannot. It's impossible. All right, so we usually use, no, Daniel? And he's brilliant. And, I think and read, I can't understand a single word. But you give him one day, because he has other work to do, and he comes up with a plan. Here, this is what it is. The costs, the thing, the life, and I've spent trying to understand what's going on. So outsourcing. These will be long-term objectives. You need these people. But they're not just an econometrician. Be careful. A dedicated, socially sensitive person, not just anyone. Of course, you need the funds, you need to pay. And basically, this is the framework. I went into the content just to show you what sort of thing I will be doing when you give me your stuff. I have worked a bit on these issues, but I never put a strategy out. Right? I will not tell you why, because you will throw me out of the room. But we need to produce this strategy, and we're going to work at it. Okay? So, next point. And so is it okay? I mean, this is not for you. It's not, in English we say stranglehold for you. No. This is because somebody was saying, and I said, it looks like you're talking in too many clouds, different clouds, not the digital ones, but in different clouds up there in the sky. There is a structure. We can fit the structure, and it will help organize. And we can destroy, eliminate, correct, or add. Always. We have a month to do this. All right? Any comments, please? Yes, this is Slava. Go ahead.
Thank you. So first, let me repeat, if I have correctly understand the key words. Point 1, objectives. Point 2, challenges. Point 1, objectives. Point 2, challenges. Point 3, actions. Point 4, capacity. Point 5, risks. Point 6, outcomes. Okay, then because sorry, and that we have skipped it yesterday to discuss it more widely on national levels, and because social restructuring is an imminent part of responsibility of trade unions, so we are doing this on two-party or in three-party committees, cooperation bodies, and we have these probably differences in our industrial relations systems on the partner countries. My question is, shall we put this information, how it's structured, the social dialogue at national level, in point 4 capacity, because for me it's obliged to mention it. These tripartite and two-party cooperation bodies, these councils on sectoral level, in our case in healthcare sector, how it's functioning as a good practice, because in Bulgaria it's not obliged. There are not just a few sectors that has established officially working sectoral committees. And where we have sectoral committees, the collective bargaining is better working, for sure, and the density is higher. So if I understand, this comment should be in point 4 capacity of the trade unions. And one suggestion, because it had to be clear that a glossary is understandable in one and the same way between the different parts of this project, maybe, I suggest to put one definition of health sector. What do we understand under health sector? Definition of the sector, the concept of healthcare. And in Nishikot, there is point 84.1.2 that gives definition, because health and social work is extracted from the healthcare. And just highlight this, just note it when we decide for the purposes of our project what does healthcare means. Do we include or do we exclude according to Nishikot? Just this. Thank you. Did you understood me?
Is there any reaction, please, to this? In other words, the definition of healthcare sector. What is going to consist of? Are we going to leave anything out? Because there are also allied health sectors, stuff which we're going to mention, for example, doctors and nurses, not just care workers, most probably. No? Because yesterday people were talking about doctors. Because a doctor in Malta would belong to a category that does not need unions. Because but at another in another context, that category is unionized. Yes, please. Yes, Razvan.
Da, sunt de acord cu ce spui, Joseph, pentru că
I agree. I agree with what has been said, Joseph, and I think that this issue is something that's very specific to Eastern Europe, and by this I mean the needs of doctors. They need to have trade unions. In Romania, the unionization among doctors is quite low. It's around 5%, and we have a special department that is responsible for all issues important to our doctors, but as a rule, the work is very time-consuming, and in Romania, it's quite unfortunate, a lot of doctors work 2 jobs, and they work, for instance, they can work in a public hospital, and they can work at the same time in a private entity, a private establishment. Those who are members of Sanitas, the doctors' division, they left the medical part of the work behind, as if, and they're now mainly responsible for management. But there's another perspective, sectoral perspective, that includes everyone from a doctor to a receptionist. And so this covers all the industry, because we have doctors, we have nurses, cleaners, pharmacists, psychologists, etc., etc. These are all those different jobs that are included in the system. And I think that it's very important to look at this globally and from the system perspective, in a systemic way.
Yes, please, Renata. Oh, sorry, Maria.
Nie wiem, chciałam uściślenia, bo
I just want some things to be clarified. From what you said, I understood that you want us to say what healthcare in each country includes. For example, in Poland, healthcare is primary care, hospitals, specialists, but welfare is subject to a different ministry. And a colleague from Romania mentioned the trade union density in different professional groups. And for me, these are two separate things, so I got lost. Do we want to specify what healthcare is in each country? Because I am sure every country has a different structure. In our country, healthcare is a separate and it's subject to a Ministry of Health, and welfare is under the Ministry of Family and Welfare.
The glossary. According to the niche classification of economic activities in Europe, the concept covers the concept of healthcare, covers activity code 84.1.2, commas, regulation of activities for the provision of healthcare, education, cultural services, and other social services, excluding social security and health and social work. This is for Europe definition, but for the purposes of our report and strategy, we might say, what do we on national level understand for this sector? Because in Bulgaria, there are several names of the sector. It's services, it's care, it's healthcare services. But for my report, I said, different people use different phrases, but I understand one and the same. I understand this. And we just, to clarify that we understand one and the same thing, and to mention what is the common European definition for the sector.
So, how are we going to proceed on this? Because there is another way of dealing with this. Either you take it by, I will get back, just to clarify on what has been said so far only, not to introduce me. Either we go for a simple thing, what the different trade unions, confederations here take with them, and we will include that total, accumulate all the different sectors, because otherwise if we leave a sector of one of the confederations here represented, that will mean we are ignoring those people. In other words, we total all the sectors that each individual representative here will tell us this is, in our case, healthcare, considered healthcare, or else, I think that would be the easiest, or else, I don't know. We stick to the conventions that are given to us. In other words, we go to the instruments already there, information already there, categories already there, and we're covered. Nobody's going to attack us because it's written down already officially. But that will mean probably some of you will have sectors that are left out. Italy, please. Just Italy. Not you? All right, sir.
Me and you. Pa dobro, evo...
Very well.
Malo bih se osvrnuo na ono što je kolega Razvan rekao, mali broj doktora koji
I would like to refer to what our colleague mentioned about the low density, trade union density for doctors. And they often do more than one job because the pay in the public sector is not satisfactory. But I believe we should include all professional groups in our strategy, all professional groups from the healthcare sector, because the doctors wouldn't have to perform two jobs if they had a better pay in the public sector. Isn't that right? And as far as occupational health and safety is concerned, this is a crucial element of our activity. All our countries definitely have special laws on occupational health and safety, but in Montenegro, health and safety is really poor, at a poor level. I believe it could be one of our goals to improve occupational health and safety, because every country within this project mentioned about the laws on health and safety and to what extent it is complied with. In Montenegro, many different institutions do not even have a risk assessment document, and we do not even have a person appointed as a safety representative to be responsible for occupational health and safety at the workplace. I believe it would be good for us to improve healthcare systems in our countries so that we can anticipate the future for the next 10 or 15 years, how many personnel we will need in individual institutions or across different regions, taking into account what we said yesterday, the demographics, the migration, and digitalization, of course. In the healthcare sector, or especially in radiology, pathology, in laboratories, artificial intelligence is starting to take over quite a lot of tasks. And we need to anticipate, and our forecasts need to be strategic so that we can be ready for the upcoming changes. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Can I just, kind of the point of order, is it possible that all these comments, because I don't have any more space, I'm writing in the corners, that you will put them down, please, and then I can receive them as margin notes so that I will put them into categories to use them, because I may forget, and you probably will be right to tell me, look, I mentioned this. But since I cannot keep all the different points, it would be good if you just point it out. Look, this is important. If it's not really important, or you think it was covered by others, then you don't have to. But if you can, please, just margin notes, now just even bullets, if you like. And then if it's not clear to me, I write back to you and tell you, please, can you explain this better? So, Italy, please.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Provo a portare un contributo alla discussione.
I will try to provide my input to this discussion. When speaking about healthcare, you simply open up a whole big world. And whoever works in the trade unions, in the healthcare sector, they know really well how complex the issues are, how complicated the discussions are, how complex the different arguments are. Joseph, you have presented us with a document that is really well structured. It's like an academic paper. And thanks to this document, we will all be able to make a meaningful input to this strategy. And this is a very important task. We said here that every country has its own characteristics and peculiarities. But what we can start with is to find some common points and then perhaps cover also the differences. And the differences of today may be a proposals for improvement of the healthcare sector tomorrow. I've been listening to the discussion, and I have noticed that we presented different ways of functioning. In some countries have already adopted some ways of going forward, but of course these ways can be modified. I prepared a number of slides to show you and to show the arguments. And I have the slides only in English, and I hope it's going to be all right. Just tell me, when will I be able to present my slides?
8 slide è sul tema ristrutturazione.
What are they about? About restructuring.
Penso non escano fuori tema. Penso.
We have
I think they are very much to the point of our discussion and of our project.
ready to follow them. I see myself. I see no problem on this. And I don't know. They are sono italiano. They are in Italian, but I can translate them, or you can translate them. Can you? I can translate, but I need to see them from here. Okay, I can look at here. I can look at here. Yeah. Yes. And Desislava, you wanted to show us some brief thing about this that can feed into the strategy? We are waiting for it to come on the... no, it's okay. It's on the screen. Si può cominciare.
Partendo dal titolo... Acceso.
Very well. This is the title of my presentation. Okay. It is about socially responsible restructuring process and strengthening the role and the potential of employee organization and the current role of employee organizations. So the restructuring in healthcare is a process we have to understand, and we have to understand its origins. Usually, we restructure the healthcare sector because we want to improve the level of services. But it very often happens that we have a very important impact on employees and on everyone that uses healthcare. And we have to act responsibly in these processes, and we must enhance our capacities by engaging in social consultations. Okay, I'll give you an example. Our organization takes an active role in many different committees, and there are some committees in every workplace. Okay. Industrial relations is a topic we must speak about all the time, whether we are engaging in collective agreements or whether there is a restructuring process underway or not, because we have to identify the boundaries within our trade unions' work. So what's important? We need to be good at resolving disputes by negotiating, by applying various techniques also. And there are some difficult moments in history, for example, when the elections are coming, and then it is difficult to approach a politician because they are busy with their elections. Okay, so at that time, usually there is a less involvement of employees. In Italy, in the 60s or in the 70s, it was a really turbulent time. And at that time, we gained some rights that have been preserved up to the present moment, and we can now use these rights. Okay, what tools can we use? What tools can we make good use of? We can definitely try to foresee during a restructuring process, and then there is also the phase of the restructuring, and then after this restructuring process. And there is also monitoring of what is happening, and then there's also tracking of the things. Throughout this process, we must use some participation tools, and we want to have an effect on what's going on. Yesterday, we spoke about our budgetary law, and this law is adopted by the government, and it's all about allocating funds to different sectors, and then decisions are made based on that law for the following year or even more years to come. This morning we found out that a general strike has continued since Friday, and thanks to that strike we managed to strike an item from the budgetary law, and in this item, people were able to retire based on the number of years they have worked and the number of years they have studied. And then this item was struck. So when there is dispute, one side proposes something and the other side doesn't agree to that, then you always have to fall back on the support of some other organizations.
So we need to participate in the decision-making processes, and we need to involve everyone so that employers, institutions, trade unions participate in the common dialogue for sustainable development. What also is necessary is access to information upfront before those pieces of information then inform particular decisions. At this stage, we need to know what resources we can use so that the impact of potential changes is minimized. We need to establish what will be going on, thus making it possible for the workers to reskill, because very often when we speak of restructuring, we often speak of closing down companies, and we're talking about this risk, right, that some of the workers might lose their jobs. In view of that, we need to include those social clauses in the agreements. And these clauses make it mandatory for the company, for the establishment, to maintain employment at a particular level. For instance, if they want to let go 100 people, then those people need to have a possibility to find employment in another place on the same with the same conditions. So we don't want their working conditions to suffer in the process. Now, plans for Reskilling, upskilling, we mentioned that yesterday. Trainings might be an element of a strategy that allows workers to find work if they can't continue their work at the present company. What else needs to be done? We should make sure that these agreements are later enforced, put into life. And we have an institution in Italy, RLS. This is the representative of the workers for health and safety. It's someone who verifies whether all regulations concerning health and safety are observed. Usually these are representatives delegated by trade unions. They are properly trained and they analyze the risks present at the workplace. And restructuring processes, of course, might cause certain risks, bring about certain risks in the area of health and safety. So it's great, it's good. We don't have a reactive attitude, but a proactive one when we can foresee certain changes and we can make sure that all our rights are observed and that the restructuring process is safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As you are explaining, in fact, it's easier for me at this point. I was trying to find out where I am going to anchor what you said. And it fits very well in Pillar 5, for example. I thought that's the natural place for this, member engagement, communication, and, well, okay, the narrative control is another thing, but how members, weaknesses of members, strengths of... So weaknesses and strengths can be used wherever you like in all the framework, but in your case, it's the membership linkage to the membership, lack of participation. And here in Malta, I have to be careful because this is the difference. Montenegro is smaller than Poland. We are smaller than Montenegro. So to us, regional and national and local are sometimes the same thing. It's, my local is my national scale. So that is also, when we're talking about links to members, so that members are more active and so on, there are relay stations, as they would call them, in transport hubs, where you connect. Okay, we have digital tools now, and we say that digitalization is one of the key challenges, but in this case, it could be used much better than before, of course, or if possible. Yes, please, Razvan. Sorry.
Da, mulțumesc. Aș vrea să fac o clarificare la o întrebare mai veche a Mariei vis-a-vis de clasificarea meseriilor și în același timp...
So when it comes to the classification of jobs,
important pentru noi ca sindicat este să avem...
Then maybe I misunderstood something, but well, I think I agree with what Vladimir said, that we need to have trade unions that take action in all categories. What's most difficult, the category that's proving to be most difficult is the medical one, strictly medical, because doctors do not have a lot of time. They work in the, as you've mentioned, both in the private and public sector. And unfortunately, in Romania, a doctor working in a public entity earns around 3,000 euros, but there are doctors working in the private sector and they earn, well, their earnings depend on the patient or number of patients. And as they work in multiple places, they often say, I can't come and join your trade union, but of course I support you. And we have a division, a special department, as I've said, that deals with the situation across the board in the whole of Romania. We have 42 districts, and most of trade union members, 45 to 48% of trade union members are nurses, and this staff, medical staff, assistant medical staff. Then we have technical staff, human resources, administration, etc. And of course, there's also staff that encompasses, the category that encompasses pharmacists, biologists, that category. So what Maria mentioned concerns the classification of jobs or professions. I believe that every country has such classification. We have one. In Poland, it's PKD.
Există și asistenți medicali și medici, inclusiv medici stomatologi în zona de medicină școlară.
Of course, we can include dentists, we can include dental hygienists. They work in schools, for instance, or rather institutions, but when it comes to the money, the funds that go to these categories, so help services provided in schools, from daycare through kindergarten to the end of compulsory education, these services are included in the educational system and not in the healthcare system itself. And these are, we treat them as social services, and it's exactly like Maria said, and it's the same as if I understand it correctly, in Poland, that this is the responsibility of the Ministry of Labor. Now, when it comes to people with disabilities or elderly people or the homeless, then many actions are taken to support these groups. We also have funds allocated, but these are funds from the Ministry of Labor. And then as far as general practitioners go, then this group is subject to the Ministry of Health. And so in our case, this is a very dispersed system, a very complex one. If it was hard to follow, then let me know and I will try to explain it again.
Thank you as well. But we need to obviously, because we can put more arguments on this thing. If we're going to confine in my work we call it salient characteristics of the cohort. We either stick to one convention, and conventions, no problem. Conventions are accepted. You may disagree with them or not, or we go to the nuances of the different delegations here. We have to decide it, I think, or am I missing the point? So that nobody gets flustered with our decision. What do you say? Yes, please. Thank you, Renata.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank
Jeśli
you.
mogłabym wrócić.
If I may, let me go back to the schedule. Once again, our skeleton.
Mam takie dwie kwestie.
The skeleton, the framework for the strategy. I wanted to raise two issues. Point 3. I'm not sure if I understand it correctly. I also would like to thank Slava for the words, for what you've said, because you tried to define it very clearly. You mentioned the keywords in each point, and this was very helpful. And so let me go back to point 3. let's talk about the contents of point 3, because in the context of all of the points, I'm thinking whether point 3 is related to the experiences of trade unions and labor organizations in the process of restructuring, or do we mean something else? And where can we include those good practices? Because I think that all countries here should show a good example of the restructuring process, because what proved to be working in one country, then maybe it will be possible to implement it in another country and it will be an innovative solution. So I believe that the good practices are very important. I think we should include 1 or 2 examples of those. In Poland, we also have good and bad examples connected with the restructuring process. But as I said, what may seem trivial in one country, in another one can be perceived as innovative and groundbreaking. So I think it's good to include that, to name that and list all the best practices. One more thing. Actions. This is something that's also not 100% clear to me. Radmila mentioned that as well. So time frame, actions. Is this something that we as trade unions do in the restructuring process? I'm not sure about that. So let's maybe discuss that, what's happening in point 3. And another question, should we perhaps end the strategy with our joint recommendations, because the main goal of the project is to strengthen the potential of workers, of trade unions and worker organizations. So we are writing a strategy, we are trying to make every point as detailed as possible, but then from each point, each chapter, we should draw some conclusions. So I think that maybe we could have a 1-page summary, like a recipe for success, some common points. How can we strengthen trade unions in the restructuring process? That's my proposal. Maybe we should refer to that. Do you have any comments? Thank you.
Any comments, please? As far as the 3 things you mentioned, I think the good practice and so on, I would, according to the way I explained it, they would fall very well in number 5.5 success factors, not because they are a success factor, but because they are an ideal of a successful event. So they would most probably fit there, and we can just slightly change the heading. Because we're talking about success. There must be, if it's a success story, it must have success factors in it. As far as the time frames, it is there. It is in number 4. It's the governance and the implementation. Because when you set deadlines, you're thinking about implementation. And of course, I didn't mention it, but I think that will be more clear in the handbook eventually than in the strategy right now, because we don't have the content. I think I mentioned this, and I don't know what we're talking about in terms of deadline, so I can't give a deadline. But it could be 5 years, 10 years. I know, I'm just suggesting, I'm not imposing anything. So that will be under number 4, where there's the implementation framework. I think perhaps I mentioned the word governance. It's not showing anymore. I'm sorry for you. I can see it here on my laptop, but I'm not sure if we can we go back to if it's helpful. Yeah, but where there were those 2 very. It's like you go to the oculist and you're tested on your vision. I did that test to these. I'm sorry about that. And time frame and the recommendations will definitely be at the end. Recommendations. I don't think we have space to have a lot of recommendations for each 6 sectors. We could sector-specific recommendations, but most probably it's good if we leave them at the end, I would say. And in a way, that would be a sort of a summary, brief summary, and the recommendations attached within that conclusive summary. Yes, please.
A joke agenda is final, maybe words before the coffee break.
Thank you for reminding us.
This list of the common recommendations that will come up after summarizing national contexts and combine and see how it's on different countries, because for example in Italy they fire people, but in Bulgaria one person is working on at least 2 or 3 places, and this issue, if they stop working on several places in one at the same time, the system will collapse. And here is very important the topic of health and safety, and I will raise it in comments for sure in our feedback to Joseph. But what I started with a joke, but it's really might be a result from our final work, so we can sign or say we agree, these partner countries, we agree that these are the key topics in our sector for next 1 or 3 years, because more than 3 it's too far. And then as we have representative here in this committee, we can raise the topic in the agenda on European level as key issues that should be discussed on international social dialogue level. Thank you.
Thank you, Zdzislawa. Is it for the Polish delegation? Probably I need to address it to you. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. When you say long term, did you have an idea of a time frame? Zdzislawa just mentioned 3 years. Or did we have something longer? We can work it out. I'm not saying that you had something fixed, but is there a suggestion?
So fast changing, so everything is changing. So.
Znaczy te 3 lata wydają się rozsądne, racjonalne.
3 years, I believe that this is rational. This is reasonable when it comes to the processes that we are experiencing. We never know what will happen in 3 years, and I think that a 3-year time span is rational, is reasonable. So that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think unless there are, we can say that. I'm not sure whether we have decided. I think we went for the conventional in terms of the limit of the cohort of people, right? The convention. We're going to, if Zdzislawa, you can just pass that thing you quoted with the exact reference to who, the components of the healthcare sector. So. You will do you want to do it after, because I have also a small presentation. It's a long presentation, but I'm going to skip a lot and just refer to the different stages of this. So we consolidate it with a slide, and then we continue with the discussion. Not me explaining the slides, but the slides for us to focus whether this is okay, since I'm going to coordinate work. 2 things. 1, would you like to present something? Short, brief, like the Italian delegate here. If it fits within the sort of strategy. So you have to direct it in terms of, translate it into a strategy. But mine, when I did it, I think I tried to translate it into a strategy, although it wasn't a strategy originally. So I will do mine at the end. And you're going to hand over that, please, from one of your slides, if I may ask. The health sector, what does it comprise? Which are the components of it? So that we say this strategy is addressed to this definition of the health sector and its constituents. Because somebody said we need to mention the different components of the healthcare sector. Who are the people? Which offices? Which parts are we referring to? Is a clerk, is a technician who works in a laboratory, is he a healthcare worker? I mean, that technician can move to industry, not healthcare sector. But are we going to consider those? They are members of the union. That's why I said we have to decide where we put our anchor. Is it the members? Is it the delegations? Is it the confederation or the trade union? Is it an association? In our case, we do have associations of doctors, not trade unions. They don't consider They consider themselves higher than a union. A union is for a different category of people. They are associations of liberal professionals. So, but in your case, so it was different, totally different. So that's when I'm trying to point this out, and the break is I'm already eating from the, not drinking from the break. Are we going to limit the sectors? Is this addressed to these people, or shall we address it simpler to the unions and confederations? And then they work it out for themselves.
It's a very complex issue because I'm speaking in Bulgarian experience. In Bulgaria, social workers in, let's say, older these institutions, houses for children or for old people, they are part of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. In this relation, they are members, as trade union members, of public service administration, a public administrative trade union. So if I have to give you figures, what's the density in this sector, healthcare, I can't, because I don't know what's the exact members in the public service and what the exact member in the healthcare sector as trade unions in both confederations. So here, let's say what's the European understanding and then how it's regulated nationally.
I think in the spirit of compromise, we agree on the conventional. I think, am I correct, please? Yes, and we have the break. We can continue after the break. Huh? Thanks. Hello, everyone. Are the translators there, please? Hello? Okay.
Everything is ready, Mr. Gravina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have it from our operators, our technical operators, that we can restart. I am going to use slides, not because I'm going to read through the slides. We will take till 3 o'clock in the afternoon to read them all, but just to tell you how we, in broad terms, how we can move across this strategy framework. Now, 2 things that have to do with house duties. 1, please, you have an evaluation sheet that I would like you to fill in, please. You should have it amongst your paperwork. Okay? And secondly, I will take the occasion now, before the end, to thank the translators. Yesterday we did, if you are the same people, I suppose you are the same people, we did push you to the limits at the very end because some people wanted to speak here amongst the participants. We tried to get another 5 minutes and we created a bit of, let's call tension. So thank you from us for your collaboration and cooperation with us and your good work ultimately. Otherwise this cannot happen. Right. I'm doing it now so that I'm sure I will not forget at the very end. Thank you. All right. So I will ask the other participants now to have a look at what I was going to present. I will jump at some of them, but to give you an idea of how I personally would fill in some of the slots of those 6 stages that we spoke about so far in general terms, because of course they will be clearer when I get your contributions, because as it is flexible. And when you work in a democratic fashion, they tell me I'm not a fascist dictator. I know I'm not a fascist dictator, so I try to get the cooperation of all. That means you have to be patient so that we can filter in your contributions, and then we can even change 4. We can have 4.5, which becomes a 5, and then, or we can remove 1 and decide to have case studies, for example, on its own, because they are so important not to be lost in another place where there are success stories. So that's why it is open, so that all people will be democratically participating in this project. And it cannot be otherwise, because this is very personal to me. I remember that in February, I will be in charge of roughly 600 student teachers. I will have to follow them individually in February because they go to school for their teaching practice. And I'm the only person in charge who has to see that they are all doing their work. There is no problem in our schools all over Malta, all over Gozo. So I know that on those days I'll return home only 6, 7 in the evening, hoping that there isn't any very serious problem. But that's my personal problem. But since I'm going to do the coordination, I have to tell you the kind of workload I will have at that time. So I need to finish this starting in January, please, so that in February we'll just polishing off the thing. All right, so if you look there, that was 10 o'clock. Of course, it's not 10 o'clock now, but it was better to have that discussion on the strategy because as you have seen, different people have different ways of approaching it, and that's pretty much to be accepted. That's the way of life. So next slide, but Kathleen, please. So I will be kind of your master now. Next slide, please. So I think that at the very beginning, we are not just discussing money, we're not just discussing tasks or duties and so on, but we're talking about responsibility. So social responsibility, we have to put in elements of justice in this strategy. It cannot just be a dry, formal what to do, because what to do is accompanied by what you believe is right in what you're doing. And it is there. In the agenda, for sure, I don't think you will tell me it's wrong, is social responsibility. Now, we have hardly, for example, mentioned patients. Nowadays, if we're going to go to civil society, we cannot just tell them trade unions are demanding this because our members are suffering that because of this restructuring. We have to say, I think it is very clear from the documents I have gone through, that you have to bring in the patients along. This is something which I'm familiar with. When teachers go on strike or think of going on strike, they have to keep in mind that some students are going to suffer. So you have to be careful. It's a responsibility. It's not just, I know that restructuring has affected you negatively, but you cannot put everything on your clients or patients or whoever you're dealing with. Right? So there is an element of justice, not just mere stages or techniques, all right, in restructuring. Next slide, please, Katalin. There. And luckily, there is already a lot of work on this matter, because we have United Nations working on the same lines, all right? The term just transition by the ILO, the EU have the pillar of social rights, so I have enough work to fill in an entire section of this manual from this work. It's already being done. Next slide, please. So there you are. No, I think it's the one before. That one. All right, so there you are. We can pick and choose from there. But number 4, quality education. But number 8, decent work and economic growth. Industry. Number 9, innovation. We just spoke about restructuring. But when you innovate, you restructure. So what does that word mean? Because it's a buzzword. And if you say you're against innovation, once again, in civil society, you're going to miss a beat. So you have to be careful how you word it. That's when I said discourse analysis. You have to be careful. It's not just you're not talking to members of the unions who are represented. You're talking to other people. You're selling, in inverted commas, your product. All right, so reduced inequality and so on. So we do have that already. Next one, please. The ILO has already, of course, discussed. There are guidelines. Next one, please, Katalin. There, the ILO's guidelines for a just transition. Once again, if you transit, you're going from one thing to another. Once again, this broad meaning of restructuring. All right, and they have already quite a lot of work. I can go through that and figure out how we are going to boost the idea of the principles, the basic principles that will guide this strategy. All right, next slide, please. There you are, the European Pillar of Social Rights, one of the many, many documents, directives, and other things coming out of the EU, but definitely it has stuff which we can use. Next slide, please, because I think I pointed them out. Katalin, next slide, please, on the European Pillar of Social Rights. Next one, the European Pillar of Social Rights. There it is. 7th principle, protection of workers in case of dismissals. So that is definitely directly related to some of the problems which restructuring may hold for members of the union. And 8th principle is actually ironed out for our project. Right of workers or representatives, could be unions, to be timely informed and consulted on matters relevant to them, especially in times of company change, because that is very close, very directly related. So it won't harm the strategy if we say that the leadership in the European Union, the people who are working within, are already with us on this. All right, so there you are. So we have, next slide, please. And there is an entire list, a snake-like list of all the different directives that can be related to our project, including some things that were mentioned yesterday, predictable working conditions, work-life balance, minimum wages, all right, pay transparency, competition law guidelines, platform work, due diligence, equality bodies, artificial intelligence, and other stuff anyway, sorry. But some of them are directly related to our work and we have to refer to them. In other words, like they do in the official documents, since there was, because of this, because of that directive and so on, and then we can move on, we have justified the strategy. I think you will probably agree with me on this because we need to have this kind. Now, there is further work. Next one, please. We know that one of the weaknesses of such strategies as the one we're building is it may refer to recommendations, and we're going to have recommendations, but we know that recommendations, if you are a lawyer and you are what they call positivist lawyer, unless it is carried out, it's just words. But we have to use this tool. So recommendations are there, but we know that it's difficult to enforce them. Because it is difficult to enforce them in terms of contracts or conditions of work, that's why you go to civil society, because there you may get support for your recommendations or for your project objectives. All right, so next one, please. Now, I'm not going to take you through this, but yesterday I went through most of the documents, most of the restructuring carried out in Malta recently, and from what I saw and observed, a lot of the restructuring is actually coming from the state. This is not, we're not talking about private things that are being sold and so on, or commercial things. These are welfare, healthcare sector. The state has a lot of weight in it, and the major change one will expect will come from the state, which tries to regulate the sector and the workers inside in what the state at that point in time considers its most important objectives. Now, next one, please. We're going to hurry here, so you're going to hear me say next one after the other, all right? So, the context of the health system in Malta, for example. Next one, please. Now, it's interesting what you were saying about which are the cohorts that we have to talk about, because in the case of Malta, the Minister of Health is the same person who takes care of active aging as well. And although not a welfare is the responsibility of somebody else, but they work in tandem all the time because they face the same major problems. So they're there all the time. Before it was called Ministry for Health, then nowadays it is Ministry for Health and Active Aging, which is, now, will we include the workers in active aging with us as part of healthcare? In the case of Malta, we would have to, because they fall under the same ministry and mostly dealt with in the same way by the union. Definitely, right? Okay, next point, please. Next one, please, Catherine. Next one. Those are the things we have. Perfect. Now, this was an, let's say, a provocation. We are producing a strategy, but some strategies are, in English, inimical. They are not positive for the workers. And that is why restructuring is a negative thing. So we're going to produce a strategy, which is a kind of a counter strategy, more than a strategy, to be ready, in our case in Malta, because it's the state that has major, it overlooks the healthcare system, we have to have a counter strategy to that promoted by the state, which doesn't mean we oppose the state. But the state, being run by politicians, takes care of the citizens, of the patients, and so on, whereas unions have to take care of another sector. They could be patients as well, but they are employees, and the trade union, that is how it represents them. Now, that is why there has to be a mix. So in this strategy, this has to be made clear. I would suggest that we bring in also patients into it, and so the state cannot come back on the table and say, what strategy you're proposing? And what about the patients? No, we're considering the patient. The good of the patients, the good of the worker will be the good of the patients. All right, so friend and foe will be set down. Next one, please. Now, in the case of Malta, restructuring by the state was carried out because they found out that resources were poor. Not other things, not other elements of the healthcare system. This was the report, the 2015, which the state uses to say, we need to restructure the entire sector. We need to change. So I have to be careful. They are already measuring the work of our members, of the union's members. So we have to be careful that they are not the excuse for further restructuring further. I'm sure it won't be like that. In other words, a strategy by the state is not meant to hurt healthcare workers. Why? Because, as I said yesterday, the state in Malta needs workers. It doesn't have an overflow which it needs to kick out. It needs to attract. By the way, 2018 report was never made public, so there is a lot of things in there which they don't want for the public to notice. Next one, please. That's the sum of the policy making in the healthcare center, in the healthcare, sector, a lot of things. Next one, please. Further, one of the most important was the National Health Workforce Strategy, specifically directed towards the employees. But in this case, most of it was for the professional categories. When you go through it, it just deals with the professional. The others are probably considered carers, not really doctors or nurses and so on. Welfare, probably, they're considered. I'm using very vague terms here because I don't know what they had in their mind. But a lot of the discussion is about the medical profession and the nursing profession. Nurses in Malta are graduates. They can do a PhD. You can actually become a doctor as a nurse at the university. So you understand that their status rose in the situation in Malta. Okay, this is part of the jargon which is used in National Health Workforce Strategy. I mean, very good workers. We love our workers. They are the best thing in the world. Next one. But then they find the gaps. And we have to, I think, well, in my case, I see, we also have to try and appease these needs. Because we know what we want from our workers. We want to defend them, but we have to be ready with what the political overlords, the political leaders will tell us. We cannot give you this because the state cannot. It doesn't have the means. The state wants you to be agile, sustainable, efficient, and so on. So I'm not sure whether you will accept this, but we will have to provide some kind of comfort to the employer, in this case, the state, because you work within the state system. I'm not sure about that, but it's a possibility. All right, so, and next one, please. Next one, this is the same. There, you see, it's always praising, this is the strategy, praising the resources we have. You have a whole, I went through it and picked up the adjectives that were used for the staff. Professionally integral, adaptable, team players, operationally excellent, and so on. Next one, please. Now, this is the problem of Malta. Internal labor challenges is the small size. Our problem probably are not your problems. As I said yesterday, we need more workers. We're not going to chuck out workers. We need more workers. Next one. But if I'm going to sell my strategy to Malta, because you will be selling it not just, you will be selling it to your own country, to your own membership, we cannot tell them you risk being chugged out. Unless you're a criminal, you will not be chugged out in Malta. So it will not have any, because they know that there is a necessity. Of course, in Malta, what happens is that they use the foreign thing. You're a foreigner. We can just remove our signature and you're out. But we need the people. Nobody's going to kick them out. So our approach will be definitely different from others in this case. It could be different anyway. Next one, please. So I'm trying to rise. Next one. Now, that is how I would use statistics. If you see the blue line at the end, that's the amount of foreign residents in Malta. In 2014, that's the small blue column on the left. 2014, that's 10 years before the last column. In 10 years, look at the explosion of foreign residents. And those are, though mostly, they are not refugees, few refugees, those are workers, employees. So you understand that this is a big tool in the hands of right-wing people. Right? Next one, please. Now, I'm not sure whether we can go into, we have to do demographics. One of the key challenges is singled out as demographics, whether we should go into the philosophical justification of why we're telling the unions you have to protect foreign healthcare workers. Why? Because there is a problem there. Because other sectors, including in Malta, other sectors of the same union will not be happy with you saying that demography is a key challenge in restructuring, but we're going to go to protect our colleagues, our worker colleagues in the healthcare sector who are foreigners. It may not be a good tool. It has backfired. It's like what they say, a boomerang. You're helping one sector, but you are provoking another sector within the same union. So we have to see, it's like the sword which cuts on both sides in this case, unfortunately. All right? Next one, please, because I don't want to take you for longer. Now, and this is where I found a bit of difficulty, and this is where your contributions in January, I would like you to be kindly help here, is the tools and the methods which Renata was mentioning. Because there are multiple tools, but at the same time, if you're not in the field, you won't know about them. Because these are local. You're using them with your own sector, with your own group of members. So if you have, I'm not saying these are case studies. They could be part of the case, not case studies, the good practice and so on. They could be, no? Why? Because this method worked in this particular case. So we can propose. This is where I would like you, please, if you can make a reference, a note, please. Different communication strategies, negotiation techniques that worked or did not work, and impact assessment sessions or other means in which you used it to help workers facing a challenge in restructuring. Always remember restructuring, as Renata kindly pointed out, we're talking not about our general everyday work, but workers facing restructuring, not as a benefit because their pay is going to double up, but because it creates more problems than they already have. All right? So please, if I can have and these can be easily, this will not create problems for me because these can be easily parceled in terms of good practice or whatever we will call them. So success stories. Now, from the strategies I saw, these can be very simple things. This doesn't have to be some state-of-the-art way of talking to people. Sometimes it's very simple things that will get you to be on good terms with the employees who are concerned. Very simple stuff. An approach to them, a different way of doing things, and so on. So tools and methods, please, I will need your assistance. It's not that I found a lot of things on it. Now, case studies. Next one, please. And here is what you're asking for. Now, in my case, I found 4 case studies, but from Malta, I can contribute them. And next one, please. One was the GreenNet project, which we contributed to, and I have the protagonist here, Kendrick. This had to do with restructuring in Green Deal-related work, so it's not healthcare, but it actually worked, and we're not saying this is out of our remit, because what Kendrick did was he managed in bargaining, in collective agreement, to put in an article that specifically regulated employers to take care of the work. Can you explain? And public service, can you please? Just one sentence, please.
So the collective agreement he's mentioning is the public service one, which covers all the public service employees, where the green article was introduced thanks to this project and study. And such article is also being reflected in other collective agreements, being the government's collective agreement. It's like a national collective agreement that others take example of. It's not binding to others, but many copy it and learn from it. So it affected a lot the negotiations.
Thank you, Kendrick. So, an actual fact, once it is written down in a collective agreement, public service is one of the largest. It's actually the largest section of the General Workers Union, which is the largest confederation, 40% of the employee, of the unionized employee, 40%. There are others, of course. So it's binding. And it came from a project, and we introduced this principle, and there it is. It worked. The employer, actually, I think you did not face many hurdles. They actually were interested in it. So there you are. That's one case study of a successful way. You know the person, you know the right time, you know when you have the backing of Green Deal, EU stuff, you know that you're not going to have too much of a division, but you work and you manage to put it through. So that's one way. Now, in this case, what happens is, no matter how many words I'm going to write in these 20 pages, in this case, what was very important, and in my research work I use a lot, is the knowledge that you cannot put in words. If you're trying to help workers facing restructuring, sometimes we can come up with the best strategies, with the best techniques, and so on. Sometimes it is those words, it is the people you know, it's a particular person you know, the weaknesses or strengths, which are not written down. You don't read them from a book, or a manual, what we're going to produce. That is important. You have the right person in the right place. All right? But that we have to... Anyway, so this was the first one. Let me not stop there. Next one, please. Healthmark was another case, Healthmark, in which a company's expansion and ownership change led to members of the union, in this case they were community care workers, were not paid on time. Now, it is not, company change is, and the reasons why they were not paid is not necessarily because it was the problem of the employers, but what the union cares about is why weren't they paid? And immediately the union, you remember yesterday, was the Secretary General, picked up the case with Healthmark is the largest, I think, care worker. Largest, all right, healthcare. What's the time, Kendrick? One, it's one. All right, Mala. I saw, and I will not stop. I have another case study. I will not explain the details. Another thing in which equal pay for equal work between private company and state employees. That was a big thing. It was like a taboo in the past, but the General Workers Union managed to get the break for that. And next one, please, which is this case here. And I will stop with the next one. which is this. Next one, please. Next slide. So I think we have the maritime sector. This is right now, right here. OECD are working directly with. So in this case, it's a restructuring, which is not coming from the state, but it is coming from an external body, the EU or the OECD or the ILO, these are big organizations. What kind of strategy do you have? Are you going to go against the OECD? My God, too big. They know everything about everyone. No? So that requires a different thing from fighting against a local committee of employers who are doing this. Okay, I stopped there, and so please consider. I mean, the strategy I presented early morning was not just off the top of my head. I adapted that to the kind of work I saw being done internationally and locally, and that is what I can promise you. Now, let's go back, if you can, please. Now, so switch in your attention to the strategy itself. I think I would like, if I can, please, the Polish delegates, if they have anything that they want to clear up, because time is pressing, if they want to clear up, because probably you are 2 steps ahead of me on this. Probably, I'm saying just that. If you can, please. I don't want to put pressure on you, but if you can say something about what's next, what we do now, and I mean, of course, you people have to give me the notes of the most important contributions you have. I have notes here. I will need them written down, even in bullet form, please, so that I can filter them in the strategy. I am proposing that Lisa will circulate that structure amongst you. If you know where you can fit within that structure your contribution, because it represents your specific case, you tell me, look, I think I'm suggesting you put this here, you take care of this in that particular stage or in that pillar. And in that way, you have already cut a bit of my work from trying to find out. Like, for example, when the Italian delegate was speaking, I know exactly where I can fit his contribution within the structure and start building up those structures. I am very flexible, and I can rewrite, rework, rephrase, but I cannot go on forever rewriting everything. So do you think you agree? And then I will leave the words in the Polish delegates. Do you agree? I will circulate, Lisa, that structure, and it's not an optical test anymore. You look at it, cut off, margin notes, whatever, which I can read. It has to be in English, or if it's not in English, I can use Google Translate or something. And then I will start filling in whatever you tell me in it. In that way, I will have a framework. Now, if this doesn't agree, you have a better idea, please tell me. Thank you. Can I ask Polish delegates? I'm not trying to not to blame. I'm just saying you have a clearer idea, a longer-term idea of this project. Thank you. Renata, please.
Dziękuję, Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph. I think everything is clear. I believe that the structure that we jointly, but also owing to your big contribution, elaborated, the structure is clear and it's well written. I am in favor of going along in this way, or moving along this way. I am sure that when we create our part of the content, there will be things that some of them will become our priorities, and we'll try to work on our parts. And I think that in the process, everything will become crystal clear. Thank you again for your case studies. They were very interesting, very concrete and tangible. And I am sure to share our experiences, because as we agreed, those good practices are important. And in our Polish part, we would want to give some examples of 2-3 best practices, those both on the national level and local level, because the participation of trade unions in restructuring processes is a bit different on those two levels. And also, it's one thing to have a law, and then exercising the law is a bit different, because we have everything in the law. There's the right to information, consultation, decision-making, participation in the decision-making process. It's all there in the regulations, but then in practice, some things look different. They are different. Some things don't work as they should. And this is very important, especially at the local level. And it's important then to differentiate between those two levels, national and regional, local. Because on the national level, we have our trade union hubs, and then we can put pressure on the government so that they make amendments to the binding law so that some things are clearer. And then on the regional level, it looks a bit different. I can see the strategy in my mind's eye. I can already see it, and we are waiting impatiently for the strategy, because we're at this point in time where in August this year, a law was passed by the government without any consultation process. It was a very quick process. We call it the Act on Consolidation and Restructuring. The minister thinks that the best reform here, when it comes to hospitals, would be to restructure, to consolidate certain units, and all trade unions at the national level protested. We even wrote a letter to the president that he doesn't sign the law. Unfortunately, he did sign it, but he signed it because condition for implementing these changes were the sources from the National Recovery Plan, a lot of money. So a condition for us, Poland, to get funds from the National Recovery Plan for investments and other good actions, this was the condition, restructuring the hospital service. And we're very much afraid because, well, it was passed in August, now it's December, and we're already getting signals from the country, all negative effects that could have taken place did take place. I think that we will be witnessing those negative effects of the restructuring process. So this project is this light at the end of the tunnel to us. I believe that if we manage to come up with certain recipes, then we perhaps will have some sort of influence, even on the national level, to defend the rights of our workers. I think it's the perfect timing. I think the structure is very well written, and we're also waiting impatiently for the input from all of us, as Desislava said, and you, and Joseph. In December, there's Christmas, and we need to take a rest, but January, I think that this will be a good month to write everything down, to exchange information, to keep in touch, and then we'll continue working on a draft document, I believe. This is how I imagine it. Once we have a draft strategy, then we will still have influence on the final shape of it. So I fully accept the strategy, and I'm in awe. I'm very happy that we managed to come up with this structure, a skeleton structure. So now we're going to rest a bit, and then we'll work. Thank you very much.
I will not say anything because you left me breathless. But as in all big things, I don't know if anyone wants to add anything on whatever was being said right now, in terms of contributions especially. Is there anyone who would like to add anything on your contributions or your non-contributions or whatever? Is there anything, please? Because now, from now on, yes, please. Yes, we're waiting for Montenegro to speak to us. Thank you.
Hvala.
Thank you. If I understood it correctly, by the end of January, all the trade unions should send their reports back to you. And one more time, I wanted to say this very clearly and directly. I'd like to hear again what exactly is expected of us when it comes to those 6 points. Those 6 points that we listed today. These are risks, strategic risks, and communication between the members, and so on and so forth. And there's the 6th point, which is the presentation of all of this to the public, so the ministry, citizens. And after we go through all of these 6 points, maybe we could have the 7th, what Renata mentioned, recommendations, conclusions drawn from these data, from what we've done and achieved, maybe some sort of synthesis. Yesterday I talked to Slava, and I think that it is crucial that we have measurable instruments, tools in our countries. What's easiest to measure are numbers, figures, like the average pay at a given position in healthcare, in the healthcare sector. I think it is also important to, as the Slava mentioned, to compare our laws with the European law. And as Joseph showed us in some of the slides, we have EU directives concerning various aspects of the healthcare system. And I believe that it would be beneficial to get it all together so that we can include that. Of course, I know that we need to make it short or condensed, and so that it's quite easy. And we need to compare the situation in Montenegro, Italy, Poland, etc., in all of the countries participating in the project. But I think it would be good that it's all measurable. And maybe we can use examples to reach certain conclusions. Thank you.
Definitely there have to be some sort of key performance indicators, as they are called, no? So that now, in terms of measurement, that will most probably be better, if I can suggest, of course, on limited to a national scale, because since this is an international project, using wages or increases or reduction in one member state, in this project, I'm referring member state in this project, it won't make meaningful comprehension by comparing it with Malta or with another country. So we would need to have lists of wage indicators and so on of the different, who is going to collect all that material. You will need somebody from an economics department to compare, because if it's a problem for employees in one part of Europe to have that kind of wage, it won't be the same in another, and it's going to be very difficult. So for a strategy, I think we need to kind of, we have to generalize in the end a bit, because we need to get everybody on board. And to have a wage comparative index, that is a big thing. I'm not sure I can do that, and it's not even in any way under my. But definitely, if a restructuring is going to hit at your bargaining power as a citizen, not as an employee, of course, that's a big problem for you and the household of your members. No, in other words, I know that measurements are important, and I'm not 100% sure what sort of measurements can be indicated. In this case, I'm a bit worrisome. Please, I'm sorry about this topic. I'm just reacting on my 2 feet, as they say.
Dakle, po meni bi bilo vrlo interesantno broj zdravstvenih radnika u Poljskoj u odnosu na broj stanovnika. Broj doktora, broj medicinskih sestara. Također u Crnoj Gori, Malti, Italiji, Rumuniji, Bugarskoj i tako dalje.
So, I am mostly interested in the number of doctors and the number of medical personnel relative to the number of citizens. For example, in Poland, that could be an interesting metrics to know. So how many doctors are there? How many nurses are there relative to the total population in Poland, in Serbia, in Montenegro, in Romania? And also, it would be interesting to find out what the average salary for a nurse is relative to the average salary for a regular citizen. Also, what is the average salary for a doctor relative to the national average? So what percentage does it represent? We could perhaps find some trends for member states and non-member states. That would be interesting. It could also be interesting to find out what resources are present in the healthcare system. We are not a ministry. We do not have all the data, a complete set of data. But there are definitely things we can check, find out, because we want to improve the service level for employees, for citizens. Also, in occupational health and safety, we could perhaps find out in which countries health and safety looks better and in which it's not that great. Where are the occupational health inspectors employed? Also, it would be interesting to find out if all the countries have risk assessment documents in place. This could be an instrument for us to put some pressure on our authorities, on our ministries. I am sure there is multiple data we could find out and we could measure, and then it can lead to meaningful conclusions to drive our project forward.
Anyone wants to react to this? Ladislav, I saw you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Because this, you read my mind. I have just written what you have already mentioned. We don't need to hire a separate team. We don't have to start measuring. We just can point out some key indicators. We don't have to find methods for traceability or to look for statistics or to see how this will be predictable with models in 5 or 10 years, but just to say, okay, let's start measuring. Because you know what is the framework of project proposals? We have problem, we have goal, we have methods with tasks, results, and then we compare the results with the goal. So we have the problem restructuring, we have the goal social responsible, we have the methods social dialogue, issues in industrial relations, so how we will implement tools for measuring in the field of social dialogue, and then, thank you, and then what would be the results comparing with the goal of the social responsible. Was I clear with this circle of systematic approach? How is it in my head? So pointing out key performance indicators, even mentioning them is a huge step on sectoral social dialogue. Another project will find out the model how to find the data with algorithms from Eurostat, how to put weight on each of them, or how to find a way to traceability and results and compareness. But it's just to mention on the strategy, let's start measure with few figures. All of us, we have population, all of us, we have a number of employed, all of us, we have medium salaries, wages. So this is comparable by coefficient, because the cost of living in different countries is different, but the coefficient, how these indicators are variable in each country is enough for compareness.
I tend to agree with you, Radislava, on this. We have to leave some of the words on a general level, not too general, because we don't jump from the pan into the fire. But, you know, and whilst we're closing up, if I can, Katalin, I can ask you for one last thing. It's my only opportunity to order you something. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, I cannot order you anything. So next one and another. So there it is, what you are saying and what our Montenegrin delegate was saying. There are ways of approaching it. That is what I promised you in one of our discourse. Those are 5 different ways of approaching how to be prepared for change, for transformation, and so on. Different techniques, different approaches. What we were saying about wage or other stuff like key indicators, that is in the forecasting. But you have to have an econometrics expert to do that, mathematical modeling. And then we can project it. And if our members don't reach that, then I'm sorry, we failed. Restructuring is, but we cannot go, I think, into the details. We just have to refer. So I suggest this is a very good piece of work. It's just fresh, just been carried out, and they give you different ways of doing it and very easily explained in the rest of the text. I didn't read it all because it just got me when I was preparing for this thing. So, by the way, it's time up unless this is there's very, please, Razvan.
I will speak also in Romanian. Da, într-adevăr, sunt de acord cu tot ce a spus antevorbitorii mei până acum.
Indeed, I agree with what has been said. I fully agree. Come to think of it, I can see there are 2 types of analysis, quantitative and qualitative. And we have to take them both into consideration. Why am I mentioning this? This is because questions may arise, general questions, and we have to cover such indices like the number of hours per week, number of hours per month, per year, and this may differ for different groups of personnel. And we may ask ourselves, does it affect the working conditions? There may be another question. Are there any standards for minimum safe staffing? And do they differ? Do they vary from one country to another? Also, are there job descriptions in place? Are they similar across countries? Is there a career path? Why am I mentioning this? In Romania, we have 2 educational paths, how you can become a nurse. One is the compacted pathway in the Bolognese system. So 3 years of school after your high school, but there is another path, 4 years at the university, getting a bachelor's degree. And the job description is the same for these people, but these people earn different salaries. And I promise, and this is the last thing I'm going to talk about, a nurse is a healthcare assistant in English, and it took me 5 years to understand. In Romania, we have medical personnel and non-medical personnel supporting the medical personnel, and a non-medical personnel not supporting the medical personnel. So there is this profession, auxiliary medical staff. And that means auxiliary staff can also include cleaners. So it's important to define these different professional groups, because it may vary across countries, and you have to compare apples with apples and pears with pears. Thank you.
Thank you, Razvan. I think we have. My tendency is that you took us back to the cohort limitation. But Renata, please, we're going to close leaders. I mean, I can give the word to you to close this. I think it's up till 1:30, right, today? Yeah. Is it officially? It's 1:30. And if, Katalin, just for curiosity, just 2 pages more, you will notice, Razvan, that I already knew that you were going to ask me about it, and somebody was going to point it out. We use SEDAFOP for quantitative analysis of future projections up to 2030. And that's what we use, basically, SEDAFOP. Because one Maltese was the leader of SEDAFOP at one point a few years back, so we always depend on it. So please, the Polish delegation, if they would like to kind of close this up, so that our by the way, translators, we appreciate a lot your work. Thank you very much. We're not seeing you, but we definitely depend on you. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja jeszcze taką jedną uwagę odnośnie tych...
Thank you very much. I have this comment about these indices that Vladimir talked about. These indices are very important. And in the context of restructurization, it's easy to identify these indices. And what I mean by that? In a restructuring process, there are 3 types of measures, indices. First of all, financial measures. And it's easy to assess whether restructuring has been successful or not. And I don't mean here any particular figures. For example, restructuring is successful if the financial position of a clinic has improved, then it's okay. And then it's easy to make a comment in our countries to a case study. For example, this restructuring process has this outcome. And there is another thing. How the restructuring process affected the patient. Has the services become more accessible or not? Has the quality of care improved or not? So this is the second set of indices. So patient satisfaction, has it improved or not? And this is a qualitative measure. And there is a third area of indices, and this is the one we are interested in, whether trade unions have been involved or not. Have we been completely ignored or not? So in each 3 areas, you can give a positive score or a negative score. And honestly speaking, sometimes the scores may vary. For example, the financial situation may have improved, the patient satisfaction may have improved, but the trade unions were completely ignored, and our voice has not been heard and has not been taken into consideration. And then for us, the restructuring outcome was negative. So I believe that we should keep in mind at the back of the head these 3 types of indices. Thank you very much. I also have a question. Are we going to wrap up soon? And we, as the leader, are we going to be able to say a few words to wrap up, or not? Or we are still in a meeting?
No, please wrap up. I was told that it's 1:30, we have to finish to close. Not till 2 today, I was told. Right, Lisa? 1:30, I think.
To jeszcze...
I had it on 1:30. I was afraid the translators might leave. Are the translators still
To
two?
jak Liza uważa?
The agenda was 1:30. It was.
Rozumiem. To Liza jak...
No, I would like them to
okay.
wrap up, and because this was a very good point.
Nie, już kończymy.
That's why I was hurrying up, and Razvan, for example, probably wanted to say more, but I had 1:30, and I said translators may leave because you told them 1:30. I'm not sure about that. I don't have the details. So please, if you can, that's why I said I will leave it in the hands of the Polish delegation. Not to put the burden on you, but because you definitely are the best people to close this up, please. Thank you very much.
Chciałabym bardzo podziękować wszystkim za udział.
I would like to thank everyone for taking part in this meeting. I think we have done a lot here, and there's a lot we can take away from this. And I'm sure that the strategy we all develop will be a huge success. And our colleague from Malta will be responsible for coordinating. So our proposals will be sent by the end of January. And in February, we will fine-tune the strategy, and then it will be ready, and it can be implemented across the countries, and we can select the things we want from the strategy. And I hope this will improve the employee situation and well-being, but it will also improve the situation of patients. Thank you very much for this meeting, and I'm counting on your active involvement in the project work, because there's a couple of months that we will need to work with each other. And so I have to leave today in the evening, so I would like to say goodbye to everyone, because I won't be with you tomorrow. Sorry about that. I am very positive about this project. You are a wonderful team, and you have contributed so much to this project. If we played back the recording from these 2 days, I'm sure the strategy would have written itself, because so much valuable information was shared. So, looking into the future, once we have the strategy, then we will do some more work in April. We will have another meeting online, and we will work together on the handbook. So we won't see each other until April, but we will be busy writing to each other. I would like to wish you a pleasant stay. I am definitely going to come back to Malta, because it has been a great experience. We took a wonderful walk. This is a wonderful city, and Polish people love Malta, and many people from Poland visit your beautiful island to have vacation here. So thank you very much for that.
We can see the interpreters on screen now. And I'd also like to thank everyone. I'd also like to thank for the work and their participation. It's owing to their efforts that we can wrap up today's meeting. So thank you.
I don't think I ever received so many thank yous. But in Maltese we say, be careful of the thank yous. It's better you get to know that you've done something wrong. But in this case, I will excuse it. I will forget it. Razvan, please.
Mulțumesc. Foarte pe scurt, am înțeles că până la sfârșitul ianuarie trebuie să
I'll be very brief. If I understood this correctly, then by the end of January we need to provide our answers, but I didn't understand when the skeleton, the template will be sent out. When will we get the template where we will then provide our responses?
No, The skeleton will be the first thing that you will receive, probably this evening.
Microphone, Mr. Gravina.
If possible. And logistically, please, just one small bit of detail. You pass your contributions to Lisa, please, not to me, because I happen to run 3 departments, and I have 3 different sets of secretaries there. Lisa will be my 4th office of secretaries, and I'm sure I will not miss her for the others because it will be international. So please, I'm the one with most secretaries in the faculties. So please help me on that. Send them to Lisa, and Lisa I will have a quick, not because I don't want to speak to you, I will get back to you if it's unclear what you send me, please, okay? Thank you very much. Just logistics clear up.
Maybe Lisa, you send Lisa the skeleton, and Lisa send us to be able to send it back easily.
Yeah, I am also a member of, I chair the Research Ethics Committee. I know I cannot use the emails of other people. I have to have the consent to send it. So no, it's just a joke, but we do it actually. I will send to Lisa the skeleton, and then you can even change, please. And we'll go back to the others to tell them, look, we're changing this and so on. Okay? Thank you. Can you fill the evaluation, please, one last off? So we're eating up the 30 minutes. We're going to end up till 2, I know. That's it. That happens. Thank you very much for all. Thank you.